Oh, good. I want to hear what she has to say. No, no.
That will be all. Please come in. I apologize for the state of the place. Things are rather hectic at the moment. We've signed a number of promising new trade contracts, but circumstances have left us spread a bit thin.
Green, we have an issue with the inbound ore fighter.
I hear you, doll. I'll be there in a minute. It seemingly never ends. We've prepared a freighter for you to fly over to one of our new partners.
Oh, good.
Honestly, as long as you can deliver those goods on time, I'll be happy. If you do that, the ship's as good as yours.
Oh, good.
If you screw us over, well, the worst we can do is revoke your docking privileges. Sorry to cut and run, but there's something that needs my attention. I look forward to seeing how you do. That's the ship. We'll grant you access now. We'll grant you access now. Take good care of her. We don't have much in the budget for repairs.
Enemy spotted.
Cool, new ship. Yeah, this is the game I'm going to play. It's not Starfield or Star Citizen. It might be Star Citizen in 5 years, but it's not Star Citizen right now.
Engaging. You're cooked. Striking.
Oh, cool. I'm like in a freighter now. Cool.
Autopilot engaged.
Now, does this hurt the ship?
Striking. Enemy spotted. Requesting permission to dock. Docking permission granted.
Cool. This game's so good.
Autopilot disengaged. Entering system. Morningstar. Autopilot. Autopilot. Disengage. Autopilot. Engaged. Autopilot. Disengaged.
Beautiful. Whoa, right side up again.
Docking granted.
Stop.
Successfully docked.
Welcome.
Cool. I bought something.
Docking granted.
Oops. Getting better at the game.
Docked.
Okay, I'm in station. I like X4. It might fit the space sim I'm looking for. X4 is dope. I think this is one of the greatest games ever made. So much depth to it. I'm gonna go piss. Oh, deliver 167 units of...
Customers are reminded that wares on the station are sold without warranties.
I have to buy 5 crystals. Oh yeah, I should log my Eve account in. It's been 40 minutes.
Egosoft would like to thank you for buying their product.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Oh no, no, you...
Egosoft would
Oh.
like to thank you for buying their product.
You left your drones. Alright, well. Well, there goes her drones. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Does she need drones? I don't know. God damn it. You fucked me with that CCP. Why would you leave the drones out? Just recall. Nope. Totally gone. Wait,
Warp drive active.
wait, can I see those drones? No. So, that's okay.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
160 units of medical supplies. Oh, I'm supposed to go buy medical supplies here.
The restaurant is now open for anyone wishing to dine before departing the station. All ex-military personnel, please report to Medbay 6 for bioweapons clearance.
Cool, and all this respawned again. Oh, I see. Fly to head arc gun. Okay. Oh, wait. So, oh, dock interactions. Wait, what's that sound? Oh, no. Well, that won't do. So now let's go to the next one.
Warp drive active.
And we will look for non-hostile belt. Trade. Oh, there we go. Medical supplies. ARG Spice Farm. Medical supplies. Let's spend most of our money on medical supplies and then sell them somewhere else. I'll take all of them.
Hello there, Captain. I understand you're delivering goods on behalf of Hatikva. Please stand by while we run some checks. All clear. Sorry about that. We're happy to see Hatikva move away from those sketchy dealings of the past. If it means fewer scale plate pack ships in space, I'm all for it. Just watch your back out there, Captain.
Okay. Undock.
Autopilot.
Cool. Cool.
Entering system. Hatikva's choice.
Shift H for the HUD, okay. So cool looking. I love this fucking game. Oh yeah, are we here?
Docking aborted. Docking granted. Autopilot engaged.
Nope. Ugh. Ugh. Oh, good. This thing lands. Oh, good.
Successfully docked.
Welcome.
Requesting
Oh,
permission
like
to
that.
dock. Docking permission granted.
Okay, mithril ore is 9,200. Oh, I also need to know ingots too. The ingots, 9,200. Ingots, there's not that many of them. 42,000. That's really not too good. That test force 36, and then yeah, I don't think that's too good. I'm just gonna go to the guild. Yeah, this thing's been going like all night. It shouldn't have taken this long. We're going to all the way out there to Kolshushu. Yeah. Okay, so where am I? Whoa, what? Whoa, disoriented. Oh, okay, there we go. Okay, so do you tell me where to go? Oh, you do. Ah.
Rookie.
Also said it would be prevented.
Only if I was given accurate information.
Captain, good to see you back.
Ah, this must be the new recruit.
Things went smoothly, I take it. This is Dalbusta. He's been helping us in our efforts to expand our business.
That's one way of putting it.
As you may have heard, a Tigva freighter was destroyed earlier today. It seems that the Scaleplate Pact don't like the idea of us going clean.
Unfortunately, this is what happens when you act on bad intel.
That's something we're looking to improve on. If you're willing, I'd like you to help us. Our goal is to break all ties with Scaleplate while making sure they don't continue harassing us.
Easier said than done. But with the right preparation, I'll have them eating out of your hand. I'll be on my ship. I look forward to working with you.
He's nothing if not confident. So, what do you say? At Tigva, I've not had it easy in the years gone by. We traded with whoever was willing. They were chaotic times, and Scaleplate gave us an opportunity to grow. The Argon simply offer better trade and security prospects than Scaleplate ever could. Glad to hear it. I'll let Dahl know. Just follow his instruction and you'll be fine. Why don't you go chase Dahl down? I'm sure he'd want to show off his ship.
Oh, I have 100 orders. Oh, I do. I have 100 orders. Good. Well, let's go farm. Nice. That's awesome. My farm spot has the winter nexus. Activate. Oh god.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Stacionzo. Well, let's hope that these things don't come, these mobs. So the middle one hopefully doesn't have mobs come. If it does, I'll just jump. Oh no. Bomber drones. Go.
Warp drive active.
That's unfortunate. I need a quiet site. I don't know. I don't know if I'll get one, but I'm gonna try.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
That's a lot more cinematic, like the second camera view. I like that. No. Get me out of here. That sucks. Well, let's try and... I don't know.
Warp drive active. Active.
I don't know. So, the bounty risk modifier... DD threat. So, the pirate kills in the system are at 111. So... I don't know. Maybe I should jump to another one and see if I can find... I gotta test this one again and see if they come back.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Oh, really? Well, okay. Let's go out 100 km from that.
Warp drive active. Active.
On the way, oh, no, on the way I want save points. 1, 2, 3. Oh God, get us out of here. Go, go.
Warp
Fast,
drive
fast.
active.
Fast, fast,
Active.
fast. Go, 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 go. Don't melt us. Oh, God. That was bad. Yeah, they can't shoot 2,000 km, but... So... Let's go out towards a belt. Or I don't know, I can just jump out of this system. I don't know. Or well, let's consult the map. Looking at metaliminals today. See if there's something nearby. Oh, all over this place is metaliminals, but so I don't know why this one's red, but maybe we're looking for an orange one or a yellow one. Yeah, let's go to, well, let's go to a pocket. We found a pocket like this one. Let's go to this one. XME
Warp
SW.
drive active. Warp drive active.
Thanks for coming.
Oh, it's auto-saving again. Oh, God. Go, go, go.
Warp drive active.
Spearhead drones. There is 10 in local, which really isn't so good. But, I mean, 666 mining, and I don't like that name. Yeah. But we'll see. If it's an empty site and the mobs don't come, who cares? And if somebody comes in, I just leave. If we D-scan, we do see that there is nobody. So we're going to go in.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Space Games and New World and X4 and FFXI. It's pretty good.
Mission interrupted. New mission activated.
Oh, I see. Okay. So now maybe we do want to. I'll deal with this while I'm here. I can see that they're splitting me between like fighting and so I guess I go to ship. No, wait, I go MX luxury docking bay, I guess.
Ah, Captain. Welcome aboard my ship. She's a beauty, isn't she? She's equipped with the best surveillance and
Can't really hear them. The total volume does need to just be louder, I think.
technology around. And you couldn't ask for a better crew. Handpicked them myself. So, what can I do for you? I'm here to give Hatikva options on how to deal with their scale plate problem. I specialize in analyzing and resolving troublesome situations. But to do that, I need reliable information. The Hatikva Free League has spent a lot of effort getting closer to the Argon Federation, as well as presenting itself as an up-and-coming economic power. It was decided that dealings with Scaleplate were to be scaled down in order to smooth any relations with local law enforcement. Scaleplate has taken this as an affront to their operations in the area. Now they want to play dirty.
Oh, I never got my pink drink. Damn it. I'm gonna go get it. I don't know why I put those away. It's annoying.
Requesting permission to dock. Docking permission
Eager to
granted.
get started. How about we give you a nice, simple task to begin with? We need more information regarding Scaleplate supply lines and distribution methods. Anything to help us in predicting their movements and behavior. It's also something the local law enforcement...
So maybe I do need to balance. I guess the master does need to be up, huh?
would be interested in knowing. You'll be acquiring that data from one...
Now, see, that's too loud. So we put the voice down to 80. Or, I don't know, 80, 80. Maybe the music to 80. Ambient to 80. UI to 80. Effects to 80.
their stations. For that, you'll need a computer worm to confuse their security protocols. Lucky for you, we can have one prepared in no time. You'll need a nimble ship, perhaps a scout, just in case you need to get out of there quick. We'll send you the worm program when it's ready. We've uploaded the worm to your ship database. Don't worry, it won't do anything to your systems.
Well, I like the ambient. It sounds good. Wow. This is the game I've been looking for. It's kind of crazy. It's like, it has a very steep learning curve, but it's, when you figure it out, it's not that daunting, and it's actually pretty fun.
The safest method of delivery is through an external vulnerability. You can usually find some on poorly maintained stations. We leave it up to you which station to target. Just let the program do its thing.
Oh, it's in the map? I didn't realize. There, okay.
Enemy spotted.
Gotta pee again. I'll be right back. Wow. If you let the game happen to you, it's actually so good. It's okay. So I need to scan, which I don't remember what the scan button is. Oh yeah, shift 2. Can we just put it on F? Scan mode. Oh, I know. Boost is G. G for this. And then for boost, I want, nope, Q. No, boost should be control. No. G. Yeah. There. So cool, you can like see the player in there and stuff. So cool. Wow. Oh, I meant to buy. Look, no mobs came.
Engaging.
I'm hungry and I'm going to eat, I think. Yeah, it's 4:30. I think that's yeah. Cause yeah, I've been doing this a while, huh? Yeah. What time did I get up? Like I got on to like 8 and it's like 4, so yeah, it's been about 8 hours, yeah.
Xenon spotted. For some reason, I put my potions away. I got my potions right. Yep. Yeah, good.
Docking permission granted.
Scale plate packed data leak. Like I don't know. Maybe I'm not understanding something, but I don't.
Autopilot engaged.
Entering system. The profits will be silent witness. Yeah. Entering system. Profit Center Alpha.
Entering system. Right promise. Autopilot. Entering system. Trinity Sanctum. The asteroid is depleted. The asteroid is depleted. Autopilot engaged. Entering system. Right promise. Disengage.
Beautiful.
Thanks for your help.
Autopilot engaged.
Entering system. Profit Center Alpha.
I'm gonna get something to eat. I'll be right back.
Entering system. Silent witness.
So what have you got for me today?
Entering system. A Tikva's choice.
Finally! A ship with some worthwhile cargo. Dump that cargo!
Entering system. Morningstar.
We will be scanning your inventory. Scan results show that you're all clear.
I love this game. Quite the cinematic game. Okay, so I am going to oops. Make sure all these things don't log out. I'll probably lose New World, but that's alright.
Autopilot disengaged. Autopilot disengaged.
Find a way to Heretic's End.
Autopilot engaged.
Why am I micro workshops off? Oh well.
Autopilot disengaged. Entering system. Atikva's choice. Autopilot engaged.
to pause it to kill that and jump my new world character. And then we'll go back to YouTube and watch whatever's good. Visions of Mana. Okay. Thank you, Mortismo Gaming, for the excellent content from my stream. I'd like to sub to your channel.
What's going on, everybody? Mordum here, this time bringing you my review after 100% for Visions of Mana, a JRPG that released back in August, I believe, that I couldn't quite make time for during the busier part of the year, so here we are now. That said, Visions of Mana is the latest entry in the Mana series, which hadn't seen a mainline entry in quite some time, and because of that, I was eager to, when I got a chance, double back and take a look at it, which is obviously what we're doing here. But with that in mind, to get my usual stuff out of the way, I review games after 100% all the time to set me apart from other reviewers on the platform, and while that does include the achievements, it also includes a lot more than that. There's a video linked below that goes over everything I cover, and my Steam profile is public and linked below as well. Though, in the case of Visions of Mana here, the achievements are pretty thorough, and it's been out a while, so it's a pretty easy 100% if you're willing to look up a few things. Really, I'd say the only thing that's genuinely annoying is the bestiary, as you have to fill that out entirely, but mostly just tedious, which is hardly anything new. Also worth a mention that with how late I am covering this, given when it released, unsurprisingly, no review copy there. I actually bought it personally recently during the winter sale for about $40, so there's that information for you. But to give a brief overview of what I want to talk about and some of the things I think this game does well, for the most part, I would say Visions of Mana is fun, but it doesn't quite live up to its own ambition in a lot of cases. I think some things fall a little flat. The story kind of falls apart at the end, and then the pacing of said story and even progression is off. I spent most of the game under level 30, and then within the span of like an hour and a half jumped up about 30 levels towards the end, to give some examples of what I'm talking about here. But at the same time, I wouldn't outright call any of it bad either. But let's dive fully into some of that, starting with the technical side of things. How is this game running? So for the most part, this game ran pretty well for me. I ran into a few minor issues, like every once in a while my character would get stuck on terrain and I would have to teleport away to fix it. Sometimes the auto run would just stop working, which is supposed to happen in towns, but then you would leave town and then it would just continue to not work, and that would usually be fixed by simply leaving. And then, as with basically any JRPG, there are some oddities in terms of the localization and English translation. Some of it does seem a little bit awkward. Probably most bizarrely, I would say, is that one of the main characters of the game, one of your main party members, has like a thick southern accent, which is funny because I live in the South, and while that's not inherently a problem in and of itself, I actually like seeing more diverse accents like that with these characters. It's odd because like no one else in the village she's from talks like that, just as a general example. But for the most part, the game ran fine, didn't have any substantial issues, just a few minor issues. Moving on though, let's talk about difficulty and New Game Plus. So the game does feature a host of difficulties to start the game with, beginner through hard, and then after you beat the game for the first time, you'll unlock both New Game Plus but also expert difficulty, which can then be applied to the game you are currently on, so you don't have to start New Game Plus to use it, just as an aside. As far as the difficulties go, beginner allows you to revive after you lose, so you are in effect unable to actually be defeated, whereas the higher you go up in difficulty otherwise, it primarily seems to affect how much damage enemies deal and how much health they have, so basically the standard stuff, but otherwise nothing else really seems to change, best I can tell. But then we have New Game Plus, like I mentioned. Obviously have to beat the game at least once to make that happen, but New Game Plus doesn't really do anything differently besides letting you carry forward your previous progress, and I do mean pretty much all of that previous progress. Basically you get to keep everything that isn't like a quest related item that would allow you to skip something, and then enemies and their levels and placement and all that still stays the same, so it's pretty much just another run through with a higher level character. So even if you were to run through New Game Plus on expert difficulty, you'd likely find it a fair bit easier than say starting a new game with it. So certainly something to know. But with that out of the way, let's talk story setup and my thoughts on it, because despite the, I would say, relatively kid-friendly graphics, the game's central theme is relatively relatively dark, actually. It involves human sacrifice to the Tree of Mana to restore the lands so they can basically have abundant crops and generally sustain life. And while that's a pretty interesting premise, unfortunately I would say it kind of falls apart towards the end. Now, beyond saying just that, which is basically everything you need to know going into this, if you don't want spoilers, I am going to be mentioning some spoilery stuff just because there's some stuff in there I want to talk about, so if you don't want to hear any of that, maybe go ahead and skip ahead, but otherwise we're going to dig a little deeper here. So, as I mentioned, the world basically hinges around people called alms being sent to sacrifice themselves to the Tree of Mana in order to provide sustenance for everyone else. This is apparently so popular that they basically have an abundance of volunteers to do it because it's seen as some great honor, which kind of is counter to, I would say, self-preservation, but that's the world we are expected to come to grips with, which, truth be told, I initially thought was kind of funny because of the juxtaposition of that dark theme, with even kids being excited at the prospect of being picked to do this, set against the backdrop of this colorful and kind of cutesy art style, which is odd to me, and that's actually a pretty interesting premise, and there are parts of the story and characters that bring that up about how nobody questions it, and it's seen as just this thing that you have to do. And that part of the story was pretty interesting, but unfortunately it falls off a bit because there comes a part in the story where the actual big bad gets revealed after, unsurprisingly, some things with the journey to sacrifice the alms to the tree goes sideways. This ultimately results in the big bad of the game being released upon the world, where he seeks to destroy the mana tree, which would ultimately result in the doom of the entire land. Now, through that, we kind of learn why these sacrifices are necessary and what their purpose is, and I don't want to get into all of that. It was decently interesting, if not a gripping tale.
It looks fairly good. It's got damage numbers, and that works for me.
Issues came right towards the end of the game, though, when they finally revealed the motivation of the big bad, and it turned out to be really uninteresting, I would say. Apparently, the big bad initially saved the world one time, only to come home and find that while he was gone doing that, the love of his life was murdered by common bandits, and rather than seek the people responsible for this act, he decided that the entire world had to burn, which is some pretty thin motivation at best. And given that I already wasn't super into the story as it was, it caused it to kind of end on a sour note for me. But up to that point, it was fairly decent. Now, after you beat the game for the first time and unlock New Game Plus and everything, if you first load your game complete save, you'll actually unlock an extra chapter to the game that doesn't really change the ending, but does allow you to wrap up one of the unresolved plot threads before that point, as well as fight some extra bosses. For the most part, these are higher level versions of bosses you've already fought, which isn't very interesting, but two of them, the game's super boss, as well as the boss of that last chapter, are more interesting overall. So it's not the worst story I've ever seen or anything, but I didn't love it either. That, though, brings us to our progression systems. Progression is decently interesting in this game, actually. There's a fair bit going on there that allows you to customize characters quite a bit, but a few notes there in particular is that it gets off to a pretty slow start. There's a lot that has to happen before you can start fully customizing these characters, and then, as I mentioned, there came that point where I suddenly jumped up 30 levels in like an hour, which was certainly a bit odd, but let's talk about it. Now, generally, like most JRPGs, really, as we defeat enemies, we'll gather experience. This is going to increase our levels, which will increase your stats generally. But what each character is really capable of largely comes down to their elemental vessel or their class. There are 8 of these. You'll gather them up over the course of the initial part of the story, and once you have all 8 of them, you can swap between them with your different party members in order to change their class as well as their elemental affinity. Now, our main character here, Val, alongside the other characters we'll pick up, Karina, Palomina, Morley, and Jule, all have a sort of base class that they have when nothing else is equipped in terms of their elemental vessel. But when they equip an elemental vessel, they are assigned a new class and an elemental affinity to go with it. This is important for a few different reasons, because it dictates the type of weapon they're going to be having equipped. Each individual character has 3 different weapon types that one of their 8 classes will pick from. What's more though, these classes will alter, of course, the stats of that character based on what that class is supposed to be for. It also, through its elemental affinity, grants you bonuses and access to certain moves that are either useful or useless against other enemies with different elemental affinities, as enemies can be either resistant or immune to the affinity that you have. This won't stop your basic weapon attacks from working, but the elemental attacks from that class will obviously be greatly hampered if the enemy is resistant or immune to them. So once you have all of these and you're choosing between them and you can actually have one equipped on each character, that opens up some interesting possibilities, largely through the elemental plot system. Once you've unlocked these classes, you can then power them up by...
Oops! I closed it. I didn't mean to.
Power them up by spending elemental power on the elemental plots, basically a skill line for that class that grants you access to both passives that are just for that class as well as abilities that you can use regardless, giving you progression both for individual classes but also that character at large, giving them access to more and more abilities that they can use either from all of their classes or just a specific one. And again, when you start putting that together with other systems, it gets to be pretty fun, but unfortunately the pace of the progression limits the amount of time you're actually going to fully get to use all of this progression, which is unfortunate. Now, the other part of that, though, is the ability seeds. Ability seeds are effectively either passives or moves that can be assigned to a character without actually having to do it through a class. These can be things like, again, simple stat increases, increasing their life, their individual stats, or providing more interesting effects, such as making them completely immune to status effects or specific status effects, or giving you a chance to petrify enemies on a normal attack, that kind of thing. So when you start mixing and matching those ability seeds with all the different things you can do with the classes and their elemental stuff, which we'll get into during the combat section, there is actually a pretty robust character system here that unfortunately doesn't get as much playtime as I would have liked. Now, your elemental plots and your total number of abilities is going to come down to your expansion items. You don't get full access to both of those systems straight away, but rather throughout the course of the game you can find items that will allow you to expand both the elemental plot that you have access to, basically the tiers of it, and then other expansion items that will grant you access to more ability slots, up to a maximum of 10 of them. So there's a bit of progression there as well. Some of those are just found in the environment, and then the final one for both is actually from a vendor in the final secret chapter. And then last but not least, we actually have gear. Gear is probably the least interesting part of progression here, simply because it is extremely linear. As I mentioned, each of the different classes will typically use one of 3 different weapons for each character, so you'll swap gear in that sense, but otherwise gear progression is extremely linear and none of it really does anything interesting. So all in all, progression was actually pretty solid, but the pacing of it and how quickly or long it takes to unlock said progression is a little dull, which leads to combat and everything being extremely slow in the start, getting really good, only for you to skyrocket ahead all of a sudden at the end, and it just feels like a roller coaster all over the place. Now, some of that is going to be affected by Lil Cactus. There is a cactus you'll encounter as part of the story initially, and afterwards you have to find this cactus at various locations throughout the game. Doing so gives you access to a whole host of buffs, the most important of which happen to be a huge increase to your experience gain. Once you find enough, it's initially a 50% buff, only to later then jump to a 100% buff, giving you double XP, which is certainly a cause for some of that huge jump in experience and the spikiness of the progression. So something to know for sure. But from there, let's talk the gameplay and world of this one. So Visions of Mana operates on a sort of segmented open area system. The closest thing I could compare it to really is something like Final Fantasy XII, where there's just a ton of small interconnected areas that make up the larger continents that you'll be exploring.
But I like
and some
that.
of these areas are very large. Other areas are basically just cities or more settlement-oriented areas where you're not really in combat, and there's not nearly as much exploration as a result. Unsurprisingly, you'll be moving through a lot of these areas as part of the story, gaining access to more and more as you go. This will eventually lead you to the ability to traverse different continents you'll find yourself on, either by sailing the ocean via the giant Sea King turtle thing, or later on you get a flying dragon that will ferry you from place to place. But in these open areas, there's a few things to do, but not necessarily a ton. So for starters, the elements play a pretty big role in it. As you start to gather up elemental vessels, these also play a role in exploration, as they will give you access to new areas by allowing you to interact with the environment in some way, such as lifting rocks up to help you forward, acting as a sort of grappling hook potentially, or just straight rocketing you from one place to another. There's a few different options and they were decently fun. You can also find chests scattered in between enemies. Enemies also play a role in this, obviously being the source of our experience and everything, but also we can occasionally find some of them that are known as a nemesis. These guys are stronger, naturally, basically named variants of other enemies, and killing them usually leads to better rewards, as you might imagine. The strongest of which typically guard ancient ruins. These ancient ruins, if you destroy their roving bands of monsters that are guarding them, you'll open up the central part of the ruins, which will gain you access to one of the nemesis enemies to fight, which will then lead to a much better item to be found, typically in the form of a weapon. Then there are the Aries. Elemental Aries become available as you start picking up elemental vessels that coordinate with them, but these are basically challenges you can take on. They seem to scale with your character level and not so much difficulty, or at least not in any way that I could tell. So these are more set in stone challenges that scale to you, the player, to provide the specific challenge they're trying to provide, and usually they involve using your elemental vessels in some way. Some of these are pretty fun, some I didn't like at all, so kind of a mixed bag there. Now the other big activity you'll be doing while you're exploring all these areas is naturally side quests. So side quests make up a huge amount of this game. In fact, I would say you could probably cut 10 to 15 hours off an already relatively short title simply by not approaching these side quests. There's something like, I think, 120 of them total. A lot of them are not very interesting, but there are some better ones.
I guess I won't buy this right now because it's like $45. But I was thinking about buying this Visions of Mana game, but it's $45. Oh, really? I didn't buy Copper yesterday. No. No. Oh. So annoying. I'll just wait. I mean, I'm not doing anything anyways. Oh, yeah, we're full again? Alright.
Follow a sort of set storyline and give you a little more information about the world and how it works. I enjoyed those ones, but by and large these were extremely tedious, especially once you get towards the end of the game and you actually start needing to do certain side quests in order to get items that are required to complete other side quests, and it's just a lot. And unsurprisingly, it starts to be not fun pretty fast, but there were nonetheless a few decent ones in there. So putting all that together, gameplay and world-wise, it's okay. Some of it's not very interesting, naturally, but some of it is pretty good at the same time and enjoyable, like certain airy challenges were pretty cool. And I even enjoyed going through some of the game's dungeons and seeing some of the puzzles involved there, and obviously the art style is great, so it's not all bad, mind you. It's just a little bit of a mixed bag. Which brings us to the combat section. So combat for this game is interesting because it starts off very slow. You're basically just spamming attack to win. That goes on for quite some time while the game introduces characters and everything, but eventually you'll start getting access to better and better gear and stuff like I mentioned, and then the combat starts to get pretty good where you have to like pay attention to elemental weaknesses and stuff and swap out your classes appropriately. Start learning what elemental breaks are, which we'll talk about, and how that stuff works, and then all of a sudden the progression ramps up again and you're like 30 levels ahead of everything you're fighting. Not even so much trying to be so, just because you did the extra side content, you're suddenly a massive level ahead of every other enemy, so it becomes trivially easy again. And here I think it's really to the game's detriment, because there's a solid character system under here that I would have liked to have played around with more and met with more challenging encounters, but because of the way the game is paced and set up, you'd basically have to intentionally not do a bunch of content in order to make that happen, which isn't a lot of fun. But let's talk a little bit about what combat has to offer. Now, I already talked a little bit about this with the elemental vessels and their affinities and how you need to swap them out appropriately, otherwise, some of your special abilities won't do anything. But what are those abilities? Well, every elemental vessel has a sort of basic attack you'll get access to that typically goes on cooldown for a while after you use it based on the mana that you're taking in. But for instance, the fire elemental vessel gives you like a sort of charge attack where you can run into things. The dark elemental vessel will allow you to grapple enemies to you if they're small, or you to them if they're big. The light elemental vessel actually links a bunch of enemies together, so damage is shared among them, just as some examples, but those are all, of course, damage-wise associated with the element applying them. But if you get charged up enough, elemental vessels can also perform what is called a break. An elemental break changes the entire battlefield to be associated with that element, which can do a few different things. For instance, the dark one will actually group up all of the enemies in a central place with like a sort of gravity spell so you can easily AoE them down, whereas the light one will actually link every single enemy on the battlefield to share damage together, which can again be really great for AoE spells. And combining all those different elements with the more basic elements of combat has the potential to be a pretty fun time. Now, generally speaking, you have the weapon your character is actually using with the class they are using, which has a light and a heavy attack, or a special attack.
There's like a shield and a board.
As sometimes it's not necessarily an attack. As for instance, Val's Paladin class actually has the option to just block, which is nice. Most characters just have to dodge out of the way normally. And that's noteworthy because this is definitely a game that prioritizes melee combatants. And this is because casting takes a minute. You also have to assign moves to a sort of ring menu, which can't really be done in combat. You need to do it outside of combat. And all of that casting is limited by your MP, and your MP is pretty limited until you get to the late game anyway, but when you get to the late game, you have some potentially very long fights where managing your MP is a big part of it, which means that you'll likely not want to spend it on just casting your way through those fights, provided you're playing on a decent difficulty. So because of that, the game does seem to prioritize melee, especially for the fights that are more of a marathon than a sprint. So basically, magic could be really useful in some situations, but by and large it was pretty easy to ignore it, especially since the elemental vessels would usually give you better effects overall anyway, outside of just buffing you and debuffing the enemy. I didn't really use magic a ton. And that's before we start talking about class strikes. So as you fight enemies that take damage and give damage, specifically, you'll start filling your class strike gauge. This is shared between all of your party members, but when it's full, you'll perform a big elemental attack based on your current class. So if you're fire, it's going to do fire. If you're dark, it's going to do dark, etc. The class strike is really good, A, because it hits everything around you in a huge AoE, but also because it pulls everything into an animation. This means that if you time your class strike properly, you can actually use it to cancel out bosses' big moves, because the class strike will sort of forcibly reset the enemies when it ends out of its little cutscene, which is a useful tip for some things like the super bosses, by the way. But using the class strike at the opportune moment, really across many battles, can be a way of saving yourself a bit of headache here and there, even if none of the game is terribly difficult. But then we have the AI for the other party members. So as you've probably seen on screen here, while we do have 5 party members total, we'll only have 3 of them with us in combat at any given time. We're only controlling one of them at a time. You can switch, but I mostly kept to Val personally. The other characters not controlled by you are controlled by your strategy AI. Basically, you can set up generally what you want these characters to do and how much of their own resources or items they will use. For the most part, it works well enough for what it is, but there are some bosses and enemies in the late game that this is just woefully unprepared to deal with, and even then, outside of those fights, a lot of times you'll have a lot of problems trying to get these characters to move out of an AoE that any human would know to just move. So I wouldn't exactly call it a masterpiece in AI, but it works decently well for what it's trying to do. But you may run into some problems using it, as I certainly know I did. And that might be more of an issue because your items actually have to be set up before the battle as well. In order to use items, you have to assign them to the menu for items that you can activate in combat, sort of prepping them beforehand, if you will. But even then, once you have those items prepped, no matter how many you actually have, the game will limit you to 9 of them while the game is actually being played in that combat round. So no matter how many revives you have on you, you can only use 9 of them at a max per battle, which is notable for the super bosses, because while it's not an issue in and of itself, when combined with AI that isn't always the brightest, even when you set it up, can become an issue. So overall, combat and progression, again, in and of itself, it's actually pretty good, but I just don't think the game is set up in a way that really lets it shine as much as it could, which is a bit of a bummer. That, though, does bring us to the Steam Deck section of this one. So the Steam Deck is an interesting conversation because it actually runs pretty terribly for the demo of the game, bizarrely, which I wanted to mention specifically. The Steam Deck for the main version of the game actually seems to run pretty well, provided you're not huge on 60 FPS specifically. Visions of Mana runs very well if you're only looking for 30 FPS, and you can definitely get it above that, but a stable 60 is hard to manage. And that's important because certain bosses and things like that will occasionally cause the frame rate to dip, which I have to assume is probably because of all the combat animations, but otherwise it plays pretty well there, no big issues. That said, the game's official rating is playable, and this comes down to text on screen. I didn't really have an issue with this personally, but some of these screens do have a lot of information and small text on them, so that could potentially be an issue for you, which is something to know, I suppose, but otherwise I think it's perfectly playable there, and should be a decent experience for most, I would imagine. Which brings us to our positives and negatives before we wrap this thing up. So on the positive side of things, I think the positives for me really were Visions of Mana's approach to the overall combat system as well as the progression systems. Those are interesting things to get engaged with, even if I don't think they're exactly well supported by the rest of the game, which is unfortunate due to the way things are set up and laid out. In addition to that, I also enjoyed some of the dungeons and the art design. I think a lot of that stuff was really cool to look at and explore, even if it's not exactly a technical marvel. But then we have the negatives. Basically, the negatives for me are a lot of little things that keep this game from reaching its full potential, not least of which is the fact that the pacing of both progression and combat is all over the place. The fact that I gained like 30 levels in an hour after the game kept me under level 30 for most of the game is just wild, because that sudden burst of progression out of nowhere got in the way of a combat system that had just started to really open up and feel really great to mess around with. And it's not like I went out of my way grinding, I was just doing the side content as it was presented to me. In fact, I didn't really grind on this game in any way whatsoever, and to run into these huge pacing issues in spite of that is, to my mind, the greatest problem this game has. Mostly because it actively cuts into the other parts of the game, which are some of its best stuff. And that ultimately brings me to my conclusion. Visions of Mana is a solid JRPG. It's probably not going to blow you away, but there isn't really any one part of it that I would call specifically bad other than that one part of the story I'm not going to mention here for spoilers' sake, but we did talk about in the story section. And overall, it's simply a solid game that's probably not going to disappoint you, but also probably isn't going to blow you away either. And when you start talking price is where that becomes a bit of an issue, because they are charging a full $60 US for this one, and while the game is decent, I just don't see myself paying that price for it, because I think that's a little much for what this game is. Now, personally, as I mentioned, I bought this game on the Steam Winter Sale for about $40, which I think was a much more reasonable price. I feel pretty good about having paid 40 bucks for this, and that's about what I would say most people should pay for it. So as a result of that, I would say this is a good game for about $40, and thus I would buy it on sale, which is pretty much going to do it for this particular review. So I hope you enjoyed that look at this particular game, but by all means let me know how you feel about it down in the comment section below, assuming you've played it or just have any thoughts about the review itself, I suppose, which naturally means to like, comment, subscribe, all that YouTube jazz. But regardless of any of that, truly, just thank you so much for watching. I really do appreciate it. May you wander in wisdom and have an amazing day.
Autopilot. Disengage. Autopilot. Disengage.
What's going on, everybody? Mortem here, this time bringing you my new player's guide for Path.
I like the way the wings look when you're flying. They look fucking sweet. They go up and down and stuff.
Requesting permission to dock.
Autopilot disengaged.
The hell was that? I don't know. Oh, there's a ring. I see. Damn, this game is cool. Turn off this light.
Entering system. Heretics End.
Oh, cool, I found it.
Attention, denizens of Heretics End. Please evacuate the designated area immediately.
What's going on? Sir, we are picking up an unusually high energy signature.
It seems like a Terran.
Goodness me, it worked. I made the jump. Ha-ha! Unbelievable, unbelievable. Excuse me, traveler. Did you hear the Alliance broadcast? I wonder, would you be interested in collaborating with one of the greatest scientific minds of our time? I am Bozo Tar. As far as I am aware, I am the only
Gotta balance the sound. Fucking annoying. Music.
this side of the network schism. I am currently in the market for some personal assistance. Should you be interested, please do come for a face-to-face chat. When you have time, of course.
Autopilot engaged. Autopilot disengaged. Docking granted. Successfully docked.
Welcome aboard the mystery installation. I do apologize for the mess. I only recently escaped my split captors. Can you believe they forced me to develop weapons? Anyway, I have not yet had sufficient opportunity to undertake much housekeeping. Best not to dwell on the past. All is well now. The installation seems vaguely to be of Terran origin, but it is certainly no run-of-the-mill station. It is equipped with uncommonly advanced research facilities. Frankly, I am rather longing to lose myself in the lab and focus wholly on science. This brings me to a business matter. I require someone to oversee the mundane aspects of base operations. I will be far too preoccupied with my important work. Might this be a suitable and rewarding use of your skills? No need to answer. Of course it is. I have transferred the station to you. I trust you will make good use of it. When you are not otherwise engaged, please do pop down to see me. I am sure there will be bits and bobs that you may be able to help me with regarding my research. When you are ready, of course. You have a new station to grapple with.
I get this station? Wait, I get a station? Fucking cool.
Docking granted.
I love this game. Oh, I best land though.
Successfully docked.
Wow, this game looks so good. This is easily one of the most beautiful games I've ever played. It outdid Starfield. I definitely believe it does. For one thing, it doesn't look like Bethesda, which is definitely a fucking nice thing. It, like, really is. Fucking beautiful. It's eating up frames because it's got, like, a whole interface thing that, like, Starfield. I don't see how Starfield... I'm sorry, I don't see how Star Citizen is better than this game. I don't think it is. I think Robert's Space Industry took $750 million and... Well, I mean, like, it is as good as this game, but it's multiplayer, but then it doesn't play well. Maybe in a few years. Cool, I have my own station. Personal off. I have a personal office.
Customers are reminded that wares on the station are sold without warranties.
Wait, I have a personal office? Oh, cool. I can sit in the chair in my personal office. Look, there's a cool holograph-like thing on it. Oh, cool. The RP of this game is so good. No wonder. There's so many biters. So many people saw this game, and they just wanted to rip it off. They just want to rip it off. They're like, oh my god. I didn't know how much of a rip-off Starfield was. No, this feels way better because it's this living, breathing world that never stops, and it has like pirates, and you can shoot stations. It's got this sandbox feel to it that fucking Starfield just doesn't fucking have. It just didn't have this. Didn't feel like this. Like right now, if I wanted to, I could blow a hole in the station and probably kill the station. Honestly, I could just sit there with my own ship. No one's gonna shoot back at me because it's my own station, and I could just blow a hole in this thing. I could save the game and I could go try blowing a hole in this thing and watching it explode. I could actually. I believe I could blow a hole in this thing. It's that cool of a sandbox. It's far superior than Starfield. Like, no wonder people were shaming Bethesda so much, because some of us did play X4. And yeah, like, this is so much cooler than fucking Starfield. I love this window. And, like, I can go out in my spacesuit right now to those things. And it's, you know, and it's not exactly, like, the combat, is sort of weak because it's just jet pilot combat. So it's not my favorite game of all time because, you know, honestly, I think Starfield's pretty good for just, you know, ground combat and stuff. This is really good for sandbox. This is a really good, like, EVE Online type sandbox. Fucking really good. You weren't mining? Or it must have expired, huh? I love the sound. Wait, no, that wasn't it. No, the voice was shrill, but we'll keep it at like 85. Yeah, and I think the music should be up at 85 too. Maybe the ambient too, which at 85, something like that. Cool. I mean, it lacks like true immersion. Like, for instance, Bethesda has implementality with items, systems, and stuff like this, and guns. But this game has this like tycoon feel to it, like EVE Online. It's got the tycoon thing to it, like EVE Online. It's gonna take me a while to learn it, but I will. I'll fucking learn it. I came back because I suddenly got this desire to play Black Mage, and I'm going to play Black Mage on my Final Fantasy 11. I think the only mage I really want to play right now. Well, I don't know. I'm enjoying New World Mage, but like the only mage I really want to play right now is Final Fantasy. I thought it might be Mortal, but it's not. I subbed to Mortal thinking that I might play my mage and stuff and Tamer. But I don't know. Mortal has too many shitheads. Maybe I should go to Toxai and just get away from everybody, like, completely. And then the gangsters are just going to go down to like 1/5 of what they were. I could learn Toxai. This sound, it's not ambient, it's the music track. The music track is subtle, and I love it. Alright, well, oh, I didn't sit down and just see if there's any kind of, you know, functionality here or whatever. Empire overview, global properties. No, it's just my map. It's just my map, I think. That's just my player information. It's fine. But I do feel like a pimp CEO. And also, like, I like this game because it's 3D. You know, I wanted to play Kenshi this year, and I did play some Kenshi this year. But, like, my issue with Kenshi is it's not really 3D. And it is, but it's sort of more isometric than it is 3D, and you can zoom in pretty close and watch the battle, and I like Kenshi. But this game will let you get like 30 ships and stuff with you, and you can go get a fleet. And the fleet can go do these interstellar battles and shit with other crazy, like, organizations and stuff. And I think there's a crazy, crazy space battle RTS in this, where you could just show up in a capital ship and shit, and you just tell your dudes to attack, and they all swarm, and you can just sit there like Star Wars and watch your fucking capital ships, like, attack and stuff. And that's what I'm building for. I want to see that gameplay. I think that's, like, this game's out, and it's running well, and it's beautiful, and it's got wonderful music and stuff, and it doesn't have frame rate issues like Star Citizen. My only complaint about this game is, but I don't have a complaint with this game because it just runs on in the background, kind of. Ah, you're annoying. Just continue the game. Yep. Get out of this or whatever. Yep, get out. Access safe deposit storage. Oh, it's like a slider. Safe deposit storage. Oh, look, there's a repair. Wait. Oh, look, there's a repair laser and a spacesuit-borne repair function. Directed and paired through a narrow energy beam and a spacesuit scanner. And herbicide. 3 herbicide. Oh, I see. So inventory storage. I see. So in here I had herbicide, and I left my crystals. So I'm gonna leave the herbicide. I don't think I really need it. Although the herbicide just looks like money, I guess. Oh no, I had herbicide and I put it in. Yeah, here, cool. So cool. That's dope. So, oh, I lost the new world. I was going to tab back. I swear to God, it seems shorter and shorter. It wasn't even that long ago that I went to it, but oh well. I hate how you log this. It's so annoying. You log this all the time. But it's here, it's just running all the time. It is one of the coolest games I've ever played. It's just running all the time. All these things are squirming like little anthills, and all this stuff is happening. And it's all running itself, and little wars are happening. And in the background, the aliens are taking over this neighborhood. And yeah, I like the RP. It's fucking sweet. So I'll come back here and look at the RP again sometime, but I will go to ship. Yeah, the ship is ready to launch. The other one is at a different station, huh? Okay, that's okay. Now we go to map map and we do the mission manager. Oh, I can see this guy in person? Oh, okay. This game's better than, this game is like Star Control. He's in the science laboratory for some reason.
This installation is equipped for habitation of all races, and this room seems to be some sort of research area. I expect I could spend years poring over the data contained in these systems.
It has a good
Hello
story, too. It has, like, a good story. I thought it was just going to be a sandbox, but no, it's apparently got a really fucking, like, good story with, like, 5 expansions, like an MMO and shit.
Yes, I have already made some progress. There appears to be several things we can research at this facility. Please take a look. Hello there. As you can see, there is much to do. I personally find mention of this teleportation irresistible, but I leave it up to you to decide what we research first. Please note that these research items have certain requirements.
HQ account, 0 out of 0 CR. Yeah, I'm back in. I love all these games. I'm so happy. Like, I love these games.
It appears some Terran technology was being used to research teleportation over long distances.
Teleportation.
If you could, please gather the required materials.
Advanced electronics, 100 of them, and 2,000 energy cells. Okay. Oh, look, the RP of it is so cool. It reminds me of Star Control. I love this game. I'm so glad I gave it the fucking, I gave it the whirl. I like the RP. I like it more than Star Citizen. I do. Like, I wish the music was playing all the time because I'm having like an RP moment with this game. It is actually super good. I wish it had gun gameplay. That's about the only thing. But I mean, I don't know what you would. Yeah, it would be cool to like actually fight on like a big giant capital ship for the fucking for the things on the ship. That'd be sweet. Now I wonder if there's what. Let's go look at mods because you can mod this game. I love how the teleporter works. So there's a science laboratory, there's a security office. That's a P. I go P. Apparently, eventually I get like a security office for this thing. Trader's Corner. Let's see what that is. Oh, cool. Oh my god, the scope of this fucking game is insane.
Hello.
Rusirus Gustiosanus Honey Racist II.
Can I help? Sending you information now. Can I help? Can I help? Can I help? Sending you information now. Can I help? Sending you information now. Can I help? Here you go.
I like the music.
Sending you information now.
He did have... I'm glad I came because he did have information. Oh, there. I was like, where is... Oh, look, there's a speaker. Use crafting bench. Okay. There's a crafting bench. What do you craft? Wow. Docking bays. I wish I had this fucking... I wish I had this game when I was a kid. I would have been a different gamer. This game's not interested in wasting your fucking time. It's just not interested in it. So, the atmosphere is it the R side, the ambient. Let's turn on the ambient and see how it sounds now. Oh yeah, listen. So there was this terrible sound in the background, yeah. So that's off the hook. It's got to be lower. Try 30. No, it still even is kind of like overtly. I want to add a soft hum. Try like 15. Try like half that. There it is. There where it's like not where it's offensive. It sounds like space because I'm in a space station. So now we go look at map. Oh, HQ account, options, player. Okay. Eyes of the Beast.
The asteroid is depleted. The asteroid is depleted.
Oh, I got a trick staff and a treat staff and all that stuff. Oh yeah, and I got expanded inventory. Ooh yeah, fancy. And X potions and Persico's allays and stuff for when I'm in trouble. I'm so smart. But today we're going to do Black Mage. Yes, I don't have gear for it. God, the music's good.
Autopilot engaged.
Cool. I can tell it to go slow.
Autopilot.
I like the ships.
Everyone has made it. Explorer, please fall into formation to accommodate the remaining attendees.
Is depleted.
So many ships! I cannot believe we are actually here, ready to witness something truly historic.
The asteroid is depleted.
The Terran Secret Service has been alerted to potential gate activity. The Intervention Corps has been ordered to undertake a threat assessment with regard to the potential impact on Sol territories. We can only guarantee everyone's safety as long as the expedition remains close to the intervention fleet. However, we advise everyone to stay clear of our firing arcs.
Initial scans indicate some activity. We will need to get closer for a more thorough read on the situation. Mission Specialist, approach the gate nacelle and interface with it to initialize a direct data stream for our onboard science team.
Affirmative. Approaching the jump gate. Activating scanner. Accessing nacelle.
Data stream is initialized. It looks like... Fall back! The energy is spiking.
Battle stations, prepare to engage. Nothing? Well then. Intervention Corps, prepare for traversal.
The expedition shall follow close behind. Mission Specialist, remain here and establish an outpost to derive a complete reading of the gate's coordinate data.
On it, sir. Godspeed, everyone.
The music's so good. Wait, am I full? Oh, yeah.
Autopilot. Engaged. Autopilot. Disengaged.
It saved as I went through the rift. That's funny.
Entering system. Watchful gaze.
Preliminary scans indicate that this system is uninhabited. No sign of boron or any other kind of life, biological or artificial.
This cannot be true. Are you certain that the sensors are not malfunctioning? It has been so long. I really thought this might be the day I finally reconnect with my kin of the Finn.
heart, Boron Exile. You may yet be a step closer to your reunion. Explorer, we need some detailed system mapping. The task is in your hands. There is much to learn here.
I love all the colors that they use. Fuck, the music's good. Oh, did it like...
Let's get the system mapped. Your ship's long-range scans will be of particular benefit when exploring vast distances.
Oh, the RP of this is amazing.
Preliminary data has identified some points of potential interest. We are having trouble logging on to exact locations at this range. See if you can pinpoint them for us.
Eventually, I'll have a ship like this. And it'll be huge. It'll be like a mobile battle station. You know, Battlestar. Oh my god, that ship looks fucking awesome too.
Autopilot engaged.
This game is so fucking cool. Oh no. Get out of it. Oh.
Oh my! Could that be?
By the Trinity, a Boron vessel.
My instinct says we should take a closer look.
Autopilot disengaged.
Your ship's sensors are picking up a weak energy signature amongst the debris.
Autopilot engaged.
Fuck, the music's good. You can see a ring approaching. Oh, good. Once the game is finished. Finally. Oh, very good. Close. Oh, I need to go look at the free game today on Epic. Project Titan released. Sample project, huh?
Entering system. Heretics End.
Oh, look, I got Hot Wheels Unleashed. Get Hot Wheels Unleashed on Epic, guys. Hells yeah. That's cool. Hey, I got access to Hot Wheels. I like that. That's a fun game. I played that game before. Now I can just play it on GeForce Now if I want. Wow.
Autopilot disengaged. Autopilot engaged.
This single player game that's been out for 5 years is so much better than Star Citizen.
Autopilot disengaged. Entering system. Watchful gaze. Autopilot engaged.
music is so good. So good. Oops. Oh my god. This is like one of the most immersive games I've ever played. Wait, I want you to stop.
Autopilot disengaged.
I'm not talking to you.
Okay. You can like hail them. Oh my god, this music, I've been searching music like this forever. That looks so good. It's such a good game. It's a sim. It's a sim in the real sense of the fucking term. And it's full 3D and all this. Oh, cool. You can mass speed to something.
Autopilot engaged.
I want to get closer to them. What are these things? This is the most sci-fi game I've ever played. Why wasn't Starfield even remotely like 1/10 as good as this? You could see what's possible. All they had to do was rip this off, and they didn't. What's that thing? High-tech trader Idis Vanguard.
Comms channel open.
I can tell him to surrender.
Sending you information now.
Autopilot disengaged. Autopilot disengaged. Autopilot engaged.
What the hell was that? What the hell is that? This dude's like taking me all over the fucking thing.
Autopilot disengaged.
Is he gone?
Autopilot engaged.
I want to follow this guy and just see if he takes me all over the fucking zone or whatever. I want to see where this guy takes me.
Autopilot disengaged. Autopilot engaged. Autopilot disengaged. Autopilot engaged.
Cool. Starting to see it now. Man, this feels like that submarine game, U-boat. I'm starting to get there now. Oh my god, the music's good like the movies. I didn't know what was possible with sci-fi games and shit. This is so cool.
Autopilot disengaged.
Assistant, I think you should suit up and investigate.
God, the music's good. Oops.
Autopilot engaged. Autopilot disengaged. Autopilot engaged. Autopilot disengaged. Docking granted.
This music's better than Cyberpunk.
The asteroid is depleted.
Running decryption and reconstruction algorithm. The data is woefully incomplete, but it appears that this was an outpost of some manner. There are signs of an attack from several directions. It seems that the operators would have had little, if any, time to react. How frustratingly peculiar. I am forwarding all of this to our esteemed expedition commander. Perhaps he can garner more clues. I have my doubts, though.
This developer is really good.
Newman correct, sir? Our team confirms that the Heretic's End Gate does indeed contain the coordinates to the Kingdom End system. The timing cannot be coincidental, can it? Just after we received word from the Boron? Is it possible that their experiments were somehow related to the gate reinitialization?
Coordinates and timing are relevant, but not conclusive. The fact of the matter is that this is definitely not Kingdom End. Interstellar messenger drones are not the fastest form of communication. We do not know what has occurred on the Boron side since their last message. Theoretically, a connection between the two gates is possible, but that is just a theory. It could well be that the systems were linked to the distant past.
Yes. Unfortunately, a theoretical compatibility does not mean much in itself. If activating or reprogramming these gates were easy, I am certain I would have overcome the challenges long ago.
The split didn't exactly give you a choice over your research focus. Could this be the Boron? Could they really have unlocked jump gate technology?
Perhaps. Perhaps not. At this point, any further hypothesis would be mere speculation. Until we have more evidence, keep your ideas off general comms. If you must elaborate your theories, feel free to put them in writing.
Docking granted. Autopilot engaged.
Hold on. I think I am picking up... Oh no, never mind that. Nothing of interest here. This system's peculiar conditions make getting accurate readings rather troublesome.
Autopilot disengaged.
Explorer, you have an unidentified ship on an intercept trajectory. This is our first contact in the newly open network. We have no idea of who they are, or their intentions. Investigate, and if possible, make contact, but maintain vigilance.
Autopilot engaged.
Oh my! Aliens! Please, do not be afraid. I shall disengage my armament. Greetings. I am so pleased to make your acquaintance.
Incredible! Finally, contact with our aquatic allies. Osota, are you receiving this?
What did you say? A boron? Truly? A living, buoyant boron? Are my ocular sensor organs deceiving me? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Bozota, and I can barely recall another boron face. I have been riven from my people for that long. Will you please deign to share your time with me?
I am Neela T, adventurer extraordinaire. I would be delighted to spend time with you.
As appointed delegate of the Alliance of the Word, please allow me to extend my greetings to you and your people. It is an honor to make your acquaintance, Neela T.
I do not have any official capacity as such, but it is marvelous to be seeing actual people from beyond the disconnected gates. How did you get here? Has a gate reopened? Are we connected once more? Oh, I knew it would have to happen eventually. What joyous news!
Momentous news indeed. Although we are less than clear on how this has occurred. There was speculation that the boron triggered the gate reinitialization. Messages from your scientists indicated that they were working on such a task. Please, can you direct us towards Kingdom End?
Autopilot.
You were in contact with Kingdom End? That is marvelous news. It has been decades since we were cut off. We have heard nothing in all that time. The severing of the connection with Nishala has been indescribably distressing for all of us.
My system is in profound turmoil. To meet a fellow boron after all these years is an incandescent joy. But to find that you, too, are cut off from the homeworld is a misery.
More than you know, Bozota. We have all mourned this loss.
But without access to Kingdom End, Queen and Parliament, how do you govern yourselves?
After the severance, there was a period of chaos, until a royal steward was appointed. I have had dealings with him. It would be my pleasure to make an introduction.
We must make haste. There is much to be discussed with your leadership.
Follow me, you cavalcade of curious creatures.
A born society not headed by a queen? This is somewhat hard to fathom.
Indeed, Bosotar. From your own experience, you understand the pain of separation. I doubt other species appreciate the biological depth of our harmonious societal interconnection. It was worse than it is now. It used to be that all our systems were isolated. Severed, not just from Kingdom End, the Queen and Homeworld Nishla, but also from each other. Fortunately, several of our systems reconnected to each other eventually, but none received word from home. Reorganization became a necessity. The provinces adrift, as we call ourselves, were only ever intended to be temporary, but under the Royal Steward, it has grown into a comprehensive governing body. But some of us have never given up on Kingdom End. Your communication with the homeworld is momentous in the extreme. Not a soul in these systems has found evidence of when the Kingdom End even still exists.
Autopilot disengaged. Autopilot disengaged. Autopilot engaged.
I was unleashed, that's cool.
Autopilot disengaged.
Goodness. Someone from beyond our realm. Surely this indicates that our reports are correct. The once dormant gate has indeed resumed its function and brought our province into alignment with our erstwhile allies. You must realize what this means. All the resources of the Commonwealth are now within reach. At long last, a chance to end the shortages. Pick up the pace.
I must warn you, the provinces adrift are not awash with the luxuries of the old kingdom. The pain of severance has been constant, but our economy has also suffered. The shortages of essential goods have cut deeply. Reconnection with the network may alleviate some of these issues, at least.
Autopilot engaged. Entering system. Barren shores. Autopilot disengaged.